is rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people.
Returning to, this is day 8 of State versus Megan Boswell, S 72869. I think we finished with Mr. Weiss yesterday.
Yes.
All right. We'll come back to that issue that was raised. Probably not much time. Did you ever find the case?
We did.
State versus Yoki?
Yeah. Yes. No.
2011.
also State versus Barter, Judge, which was 1994.
Use of discretion.
Yep.
Not much other guidance other than.
Correct. Well, Barter talks about the fact it's rare, and
We'll,
it's like,
we'll take that up probably when we get back from lunch.
Okay, thank
If you all make me copies of the cases or email.
Would you prefer an email?
oh,
That's fine.
okay.
Email's fine. Okay. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Actually, if you have a copy of that for him, I don't have Barker. I have Yoakley.
Oh, do you want?
Well, no, for the judge.
Oh,
I said I was email.
No. Judge, may I approach?
Yeah.
And I've emailed the Yoakley case to you.
I'd like to get it 2 or 3 times.
I understand.
I called Susan Jones. That's the case she found.
Hey, the law in that area does not seem to be very well developed, but
Well, it's abuse of discretion.
Well,
Unless I,
Judge Dewey wants.
no, it's true. Well, I mean, that's.
What's the truth? What's the truth?
I rely on bad facts or the wrong law, and that's abuse of discretion. Before we bring the jury in, I am almost have the second draft of the charge ready. It's been my habit over the last 10 years to define the words that have to be defined in a definition section. And I think that's fine. And again, I was talking with Ms. Jones about this. I think that's fine with regard to like the definition of child or the definition of something. But when it comes to mens rea terms, knowing, intent, for the homicide counts, I have to define those within the count. Because it doesn't make sense that intentional means you formed an intent to kill on a case that's not a homicide. And then I got to looking at, there's 2 ways that you can form intent or knowing or even reckless. You've got nature of the conduct, and you've got result of the conduct. And additionally, I have put both in the definition section, that I have gone back and so this is the reason you don't have the second draft yet. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to put, for certain charges, the definition of knowing in the count, even on non-homicide, because, for example, assault, the definition of knowing is nature or result. But with child abuse, the definition of knowing is nature only, not result. And I want that to be correct in this case. I want to correct in all cases. So it may be this afternoon before we get a copy.
I did notice a couple of typos in there.
Yeah, I found some.
Okay.
But we'll go on.
I have them marked, but I don't have them in front of me to tell you what they are.
I found where, on the felony murder, I still have a special secretary robbery.
Yes, it will count that you have the wrong name of the defendant.
Yeah, on the verdict form.
I think it's somewhere else too, because I didn't read the verdict form.
We're up to 77 pages.
You get that done in 15 minutes, can't you? Three
Probably
minutes.
less. Judge Beck said it took him 2 minutes a page, so that would have been 2.5 hours.
Right. Well, yes, that assumes no break.
I don't think I want to say on the record. I said it, yeah.
Okay. If the jury's ready, Mr. President. If you want to get your next witness headed this way, General.
Everyone
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we start off each court session, I gave you certain admonitions yesterday before you left. Does any juror have anything to report with regard to those admonitions? Nope. If you do, raise your right hand. Nobody's raised their hand. General, call your next witness.
State will call Christopher Wilhoit.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Chris Wilhoit.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are Christopher Wilhoit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position there?
I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Johnson City Criminal Investigation Division
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the TBI?
since 2001.
What was your assignment back in February of 2020?
Same assignment. I was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of that unit and working on the Evelyn Boswell case.
Okay. Well, you anticipated my next question. So you did in fact assist the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in their investigation into the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was your role as far as within the TBI or in that investigation?
Just participated in the investigation in any way possible. We also had a case agent that was assigned to the case, a number of agents that also worked on the case, and I was here to, for lack of a better term, lend a hand and help in any way possible.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to February the 23rd of 2020. Did you encounter the defendant, Megan Boswell, on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would kind of tell the jury what the circumstances around you talking with Miss Boswell.
So I was at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day. Miss Boswell had been interviewed that day, and following her interview, she left and went downstairs. I walked downstairs, or I guess I took the elevator downstairs, and went outside where she was located, and merely asked her if she was waiting on a ride. And at that point, she began talking to me about Evelyn, so I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back inside and if I could take a statement from her.
All right. Now, where all this occurred, was this over here at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. And
Right as you walk out the front door there, it's kind of a ramp that goes down, and she was standing against those bars there.
Okay. That's right around the corner from where we are right now here in Blumpville, Sullivan County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that she began speaking with you. Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I at some point in time, I'm confident she knew that I was with the TBI or that I was law enforcement.
Okay. Did you identify yourself to her?
Yeah. At some point in time, I told her, that I was Chris Wilhoit and I was with TBI.
All right. And I think you said this earlier, but when you actually went to speak with Miss Boswell, where did you go? Where over in the building did you all talk?
I went back upstairs because I asked her to come back into the lobby, and I went back upstairs to get a pad, a piece of paper or paper to write on, and a writing tool or a pen. And so I came back downstairs and I sat in the lobby and talked to her there.
Okay. So this was downstairs, not upstairs in the interview rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of tell the jury how this interview process went about. I mean, how did you conduct the interview with Ms. Boswell?
Well, I don't know that it's I don't know that this is the correct term, but I call it a cognitive interview. And so what I try to do is just ask her kind of what happened, and when I do, I try to get the details to the nth degree if I can, just to find out, just so that there's nothing missing, just so we can find out what happened.
Okay. So did you write that down as you were speaking with Ms. Boswell?
I did, sir.
All right. And did you record this interview?
I did.
Okay. How did you record it?
I had a digital tape recorder, or digital recorder. It's not a tape recorder, digital recorder that I used.
So you recorded it audio only. Is that correct?
Well, recorded it on paper and recorded it audio.
Okay.
Yes,
I
that's
guess
correct.
I guess to be a little more specific, there was no video recording of this.
No, sir, there wasn't. No.
Okay. You had a chance to listen to that recording of the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell?
Yes, sir.
And the recording that you listened to, was it a true and accurate recording of your interview with her on February the 23rd of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that an exhibit at this time.
No, sir.
Be Exhibit 228.
Audio recording.
Yes, Judge. I would ask at this time to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
February 23rd, 11:22 p.m. I had been sitting down across from you the whole time. What's your full name?
Megan Boswell.
M-E-A-G-A-N?
Yeah. N-I-C-O-L-E.
I-C-O-L-E? What's your date of birth?
3/21/01. That girl that hung out with my mom went missing the same time Evelyn did. What if my mom gave her to her? Well, what if you find her and she doesn't want to get Evelyn back to me?
I'm just trying to make sure, I'm just being honest with you. Because do you know that's what happened?
Well, I mean, no, but they went missing like around the same time.
Who did?
That Steffi girl, I never knew her name, just like I would see her in the car with my mom sometimes. I'm pretty sure they did drugs together, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My mom doesn't really hang out with a lot of people.
You told me, right outside here, that on the 14th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened again.
Okay, I just wanted a break. Because I kept Evelyn for.
So did you call your mom? Okay. Do you remember what day it was? Was it
I don't, to be honest with you.
tell me what had happened that day. Why it was that you had decided on that day you wanted a break?
I was just a little tired, going to work every day and coming back. I just wanted a break.
So where was your baby at? Had been staying at before while you were going? You were working at the chicken shack.
Yeah. Either with a mommy or babysitter.
See,
I don't know.
I was working at the chicken shack. mom, for my
Oh, mommy.
old mommy.
No, I mean, oh, mommy for the first one. I'm a babysitter. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Old mommy, for babysitter.
I won't lie, there's a couple times my mom did watch Evelyn just because, like, I didn't want everything to go.
Child. Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th or the 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good, and like sometimes babies are gonna watch her, and it was just a mess.
But she kept her
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Can we just start there and then get this over with, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted to break, and she told me that I heard what we were in Mendota that night.
call my mom. Cause I need a break. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
14th and 16th. So did your mom come to where you were,
Mm-hmm.
which was where?
That's right. She wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore, and he wouldn't like count me out or anything like
My
that.
mom came to my trailer. How did you call your mom? All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
A phone. And the number
I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
is the number
She's had like 10 different phones since then, and I just,
that Jude, who's Jude?
this guy that they live with.
Now, you don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like, she's had 10 different numbers since then, and I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of, I just don't remember.
Okay. So you called her, what time was it she came over?
Not Tom. It wasn't too long after I was working, maybe like 7.
So you got off work
Yeah.
and you went over to the trailer?
Mhm.
So, work. To the trailer.
What happens if we all find Evelyn? Am I gonna get her back, or if the person wants to keep her?
Let's work on finding her, honey. Okay?
How can you give me an answer on that?
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I called her on the way to work. My car, well, the cruise had
The way
like
home from work?
Yeah, it had like a touch screen where, you know, you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever, like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
On the way home. Work.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where, you know, you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like, you know what I'm talking about? It had like Apple Play or whatever on the card.
Yeah. I'm called. Car.
Okay, I told her I just wanted a break. was supposed to get it the next day.
You mean you're supposed to get her the next day?
Supposed to pick her up the next day.
From your mom?
Mm-hmm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were in, to be honest with you. It was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters for me.
Who's Will?
Her boyfriend. You know that.
Will, what's his last name? Small sedan? Color, you know anything? What color was it?
It was a dark car, and it was not My porch light didn't work at the time, so I mean, like, you know. I came in the door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
Your mom didn't come in the trailer? So what was Evelyn wearing when she went with your mom?
I already told you about that, the little Puma.
I wasn't in there.
It was a little hot pink like tracksuit, the matching boat and shoes. It's a Puma brand. Puma tracksuit.
Had she been wearing this all day?
Oh yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it?
No.
No,
So
she was wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty, so I didn't change her.
a small,
A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit. It's hot pink.
track suit.
It's hot pink and she had a belly match. And with shoes.
Huh?
With shoes that matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mm-hmm. They were Puma shoes. They matched the tracksuit. Okay, so she takes her
What
dress
time
off.
had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
Mhm. To be honest with you, that was one of the days that, like, a mommy kept her for a little bit, and like the babysitter kept her for a little bit, and I just can't, honest God, remember which one I picked her up from, but I think it was a mommy.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I left work.
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
Sue.
You left work like around lunch or when?
It was after lunch. I really don't remember the exact time, to be honest with you.
You realize that's important though, right? I mean, these details are very important for us to try to find the child. Also tell her, I left work sometime.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, so mom picks her up.
hold on.
Mhm.
Picked up Evelyn. Took her to Sue's trailer, house. What's she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. Tell me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom may get tired watching her.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
Yeah. She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you, I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mhm. She never meant it in a bad way.
And mommy called. That day.
Dad used to do that too, like, if I left somewhere and I was gone longer than I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to sue. I left work to do that. Did you call Sue before you took her over there?
Mhm. Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
So, you think so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day.
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any time,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so you went and picked her up from Sue on that day.
Can you get back how long?
We can as soon as we get this finished out.
Okay.
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
Whenever I got off work.
Which was about what time?
Probably 6:30.
Okay. So you pick her up at 6:30. Anybody with you? Just you. Nobody at Sue's.
I don't know if her husband was there or not. I didn't see him. Sue still has Evelyn's pack and play the civic cup and some of her clothes.
From that day.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
never went back and home.
So you had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day?
My mommy never kept her pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it?
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it. Well, like the insert of the bed playpen is pink and it's got like the edges of it's like white and it's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you have a kid, okay. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, that fabric part, it's like a red coat pack and play. It's
Yeah,
white
yeah.
with pink roses.
Got it. But Sue,
Already had the pack and play.
Okay.
So I left it there before.
yeah,
And some clothes.
so she had clothes, so.
Yeah.
But,
And she maybe had a
but
couple
you had
toys.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yeah.
In this Puma outfit?
Yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that?
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I dropped off there forever.
No
because they
problem.
need to be changed.
So you pick up Evelyn,
Yeah.
right, 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house, or Sue's house, to your trailer?
Mhm.
Okay. Tell me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off.
Mhm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there. Okay, so mom picks Evelyn up.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're going to Mendota. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff, bye. Like, it was really quick.
Okay, how far is Mendota?
I don't know, I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
I don't, the reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Does she, or not toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mine was supposed to be overnight, supposed to be the next morning.
Okay, so you had a bag that you gave to your
It wasn't a
mom.
bag, it was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had like diapers, and like I gave like some milk.
Did Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay, so when my mom came to the door,
Mhm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mhm.
Okay,
So I sent overnight stuff.
when mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she knew.
Okay,
She was aware. Supposed to be the next day.
into the door, I gave her basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
Here. It had overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever took Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes. It also had
You're really thorough.
apples and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
All milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like, she
Okay.
started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like, she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Did you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
Mhm. I gave it to her like out of the, whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I've been in the
Okay.
room.
My mom milk right out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she was going or what the deal was. So, what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I can get her tomorrow to pick her up.
Okay. My mom said,
I can get her tomorrow to pick her up.
tomorrow, pick her up. So, at some point, she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendota.
I know that, Megan, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation, while you were on the phone, or at the door, or at the end?
Well, we were on the phone. She told me her little go to Mendota for now.
And her and Will,
Mhm.
we're going to Mendota.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did she say we're going over there to camp or to see somebody, or what did she say?
I mean, I just assumed camp. I'm not gonna lie to you. They always camped out there. Will has a camper.
At Mendota? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or was that Jude's? It's just a camper.
What kind of camper is it?
A camper. I've never laid eyes on it to tell you that it was camper. Like what kind of camper it was or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Did your mom say we were going camping? What,
I don't know where else she could stay in Mendota other than
I
camper.
understand that, but what else did she say?
That was it. I was literally like, here's Evelyn, here's your stuff, see you, Bob. It was a quick exchange. It's like along like Holston River, I guess. That's what my dad told me.
How's your dad know?
Because my mom got like a trespassing charge. She like walked over property one day, like in Scott County, but he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. So, your mom leaves.
The next day she calls. And she's mad. That's
What time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
No, I was out of bed. I was getting ready.
You were getting ready for.
Where?
So, what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 17th. And she's like, oh, but like, you don't deserve Evelyn, you're a bad mom. Like, she's just money better, it's gonna treat you better, take care of you better. She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
My mom said Evelyn was with.
Somebody who would take better care of her, she'd be happy with. Do you think I was a bad mom?
I didn't say that. I don't know that anybody said that. You know why? Because we don't know what happened. And Megan, I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to me. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know more than what I'm telling you.
at the minimum, your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum,
I think it's somewhere in Mendota.
would take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that you all got press release together?
Mm-hmm.
She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not throw your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with Evelyn on my head and be like, it's mad at my dad, you don't want to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I
that's
want
where
you
you're
to
taking
listen
me.
to what you just said. Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say, this is where
Well,
the
she
kid
wouldn't tell me
is?
that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in Virginia, and the road signs were like pointing towards Mendota.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation and stuff like that.
And you and she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking. She wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And
sense.
then I told her that if she didn't take me, drop me off back up there and talk to you all, she would get a press release that I was going to call and be myself and you come get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care, Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning that.
No,
What else?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was a bad mom, not gonna support her. She told me who she was with loved her.
She told you what?
That who she was with loved her.
That the person or the people?
The person she was with loved her. And she was saying we were one for anything. But if I loved my child, I'd let her have a better life.
I love my child, what?
I would let her have a better life. But she didn't have with me. That's all.
Did your mom bring you any money?
Um,
Just ask.
The only time she's ever given me money is when me and her started hanging out again. She gave me like $20 one time because I hadn't done the cars and on gas and her didn't have any money.
I'm talking about this time right here.
No,
Okay.
no, she never gave me money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. She just kept repeating the same like phrases over and over again. Just kept on saying if I wanted Evelyn to have a good life, it wasn't with me. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because whenever she's happier, she doesn't want to be with me.
Megan,
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody but me.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? You're shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah.
Megan,
Just don't know where.
Megan, I want you to know something.
Well,
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay? And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just accidentally happened, it happens. It's sad, but it happens. I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay. If when I talk to the people, they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand that?
I do.
And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point because Barbie told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, huh?
I don't have an exact idea. I just think so when I'm in Dover that my mom was out with Esther.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Nobody else heard anything about them. Already didn't.
What names do you know?
You're gonna have to give me a second, I think. But there's like Travis, Tristan, Billy, Chris, Rick.
These are all people in Mendoza.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows in Mendoza. My mom has little like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has little sketchy friends that move around a lot.
I really am trying to help, honey.
Did you find their money to ever get back?
I'm just telling you, this is the problem. The only problem is this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing, or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you everything I know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
I'm going to take a lot of text lessons, so I think you promised you that we would. You schedule in the morning. You'll have to come get me. I'll come right up to you. I'll take you.
What are you going to do with them? That shows that you're not being truthful. What are you going to do?
I know. I know that you will.
See, I've got to sit here and believe you, honey. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Was that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
I know her general area.
All right, where?
Mendoza. That's the general area.
You know what I mean.
Well, no, I don't know exactly. This section of Mendoza, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said she's here. Or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me the only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird, is like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when Evelyn did. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on her Facebook and he was back into like whatever. Mom never said people, it was always person. Like singular. Not like.
Why is that? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
Said what?
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It was always the person who has her. It wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know what I mean? It's always like one person.
I'm just listening. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems. If what you're telling me is a made-up story,
Okay.
you've done this twice.
Okay.
You can't do this.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would sit right here because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruining your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down. If you know where your child is,
Yeah.
I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
never happened to Evelyn, where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm
Like, I
willing to
know-
write down what happened.
I told you.
And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not. I just have theories, and I've told you that. Like
And
I
this
said,
is it.
That one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out
Do
with
you
her.
know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like almost down to the moment my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
It's Lucy Steffi. Do I need to find a ride home for me and Christy? Thank you, Lord. Can I ask you something?
I'm listening.
What if my mom told this girl that she was adopted Evelyn? Would you get her back? Because somebody there told me no. If they thought that under the pretenses of adoption, you couldn't get her back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still, like,
Her name is what?
Lucy Steffi.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's Stefy, maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled her last name wrong.
I was working at the chicken shack. Old mommy or the babysitter was keeping the child. I called my mom because I needed a break. This was sometime between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was
Sorry, I didn't catch that one there.
always Jude's phone. My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579 number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had Apple Play, and I called her from the car. I told her I just wanted a break.
Well, technically, I called from babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from work. So if you get down here, you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone.
But
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Old mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide, right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it just looks like a double line. But it's not as long as double line. We will read this.
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
Yep. And you see where I've marked this out?
Yeah.
Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Yep. Here's the initial right here where we added this. And then initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Old mommy called. Me that day and said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom the milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask, here, I'm going to say Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Mendota. I assumed they were going camping because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My mom called the next morning. I was getting ready for work. It was either the 15th or the 17th. My mom said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. She said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I mark things out? Uh-huh. My mom said that the person she, Evelyn, was with loved her. My mom said she was safe and would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her have a better life than she would have with me. A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Steffi. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
What's today's date?
Good question. 24th.
That's off if I can remember it.
Mm-hmm. 20. Okay.
Did you want to tell me that? How is it?
It's a good question. a.m.
Well,
I'm pretty sure, I'm just thinking. Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
no. She must have her dates wrong because she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old. And calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
I mean, I call my kids the wrong name half the time. That
And
doesn't
my
mean
dad.
there's anything wrong with my
And then
mind.
when I was going in and out of there, my dad's like, oh, I haven't seen her after Thanksgiving. And like, he literally, like, actually has pictures of her after Thanksgiving. Or she used to forever, that one that she had.
I don't want us to get up from this chair and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter. It worries me that if I said let's get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your head,
There's not.
that I can,
And
that I
if
can
I
help
think
fix,
of
that I
any-
can help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know.
You
I
need
just
to
thought
think of
was-
it right now.
I can't think of anything else right now. It's just like 12:08 and I'm not too bad.
Your child's missing. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your child. Sure.
Are you gonna read it, Kristen? Are you taking your time or somebody else?
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute.
Is it gonna be like a squad like you in this hall?
I don't know.
Okay, something pop like
We'll make it a good, safe ride home. it. 12:11 a.m.
Agent Wilhoit, we could kind of tell as you were speaking with Ms. Boswell, you writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad? Okay. Did you go over that statement with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow her to correct or make any changes to what you were writing down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that indicated on the statement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Objection.
Agent Wilhoit, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you sign that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we'd move to make that Exhibit 229.
The full exhibit 229 over the defense's objection.
Agent Wilhoit, during the course of your all's investigations, you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Morning, Agent Wilhoit. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the sheriff's department that day prior to that statement being taken? You know?
I don't.
Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
The statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements had been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division, yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
So you were aware that she had been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but yes, she had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
Okay. And your interview was essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Could you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, can I ask one more thing? Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott. I can't recall that. I believe that was the case, yes. But I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she'd went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go?
For the state, yes.
Judge, yes, I would ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Wilhoit, your
Yeah.
testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure that we can get a hold of him and get you here soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, next.
State would call Special Agent Paul Durant.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Paul Durant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled Durant?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So, as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the Computer Analyst Response Team technician, as well as the Digital Evidence Examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
So CART is short for Computer Analysis Response Team?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes, so we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we'll use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. Three main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we action, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes. We don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media. Okay. So we're not changing anything on the device. Okay. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. Can you, and you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? how does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially, what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content.
Okay.
Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. Agent Durant, have you previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
That's the board order, witness.
Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously?
No, I don't believe so.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I pretty much I attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect the electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And how long was that course?
So that course was 2 weeks.
Okay. What other training do you have?
So I also am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes.
How long was that course?
It was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, so both courses were 2 weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software?
Yes.
Yeah, we were shown how to use the software, and we use that software in our cases.
Okay. When you say you were shown how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science?
Yes.
Do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that, no.
Thank you. We approach.
Agent Durant,
Yes.
during the course of your career, how many of these digital forensic analysis have you performed?
I've extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field are you asking if you have any qualifying specifically?
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices.
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on his training and his
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used. I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes, so extractions of cellular devices can provide a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You could do web searches, GPS. Pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is, if some have older software versus newer software updates. There's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less. You may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So, so one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes, so the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds, so when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready to go, y'all.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
attorney. Yes, I want to be heard from.
If I could speak briefly.
Go ahead.
Well, first, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also, under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating documents because it is records of regularly conducted activity, and the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
Judge, as it relates to pretrial notice, my reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial: defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit; it's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
Your Honor, if you would like, we would be happy to provide you with a case that allows for this document to be sufficient. It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Yeah.
So you got me a copy.
You have a copy for the defense?
I'm trying to find it. Yep.
looking at the written notice, the certificate of service signed by General Harper says that it was emailed to Defense Counsel on the 31st day of January 2025. It was filed February 3rd with the clerk's office. But it included a copy of this certificate of authenticity and domestic records of regularly conducted activity. Mr. Scott is correct that there does not appear on this document a notary from the state of California. I do note that in every other respect that the certificate of authenticity complies with both rules 803, 6, and 902, 11. And the certificate of authenticity declares under penalty of perjury that the certificate is true and correct to the best of this person's knowledge. And it has the logo of Facebook on the document itself. I'm looking at the case that was handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022 Westlaw 123-1075. Quoting State versus Ferguson, 741 Southwest 2nd, 125, that the circumstances must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection and the state will be able to continue. We'll take about 10 more minutes of break. So
Thank you.
And can you tell the jury why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received them from are accurate.
Okay. All right, that can be passed back down. Thank you. To your knowledge, do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes, Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this. Were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you 2 pages here. Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Miss Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes.
And who is the other person?
It is Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
This was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Objection. Yes. Approach up here for a second.
signature, but I'll say that.
There's no objection to 231, subject to the court's previous ruling.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Agent Durant, is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, this will be subject to my prior objection before it's overruled.
I'm going to pass you two documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
Okay. And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, and for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit, subject to the defendant's prior objection and full approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Roop says, so I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL. And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another, and I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off, and the only time I really have to meet.
Okay. And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation. Alexia says to the defendant, you never sent it. And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, I honestly have to get a new one. Have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again.
And then Alexia says, yeah, I can try. And what does the defendant say?
I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out.
Okay. pass you one page and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Miss Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate, let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay, permission to publish? Okay. If you could tell us what the defendant says on January 13th of 2020.
So the defendant says, I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it.
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could call a retrial. And then what does Megan say?
I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
Okay. Handing you 2 pages. And ask you the same thing if you can recognize them.
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Miss Boswell.
Okay. And the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
Exhibit 235. What was that date again?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish? So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw. And what does Megan Boswell say?
She says, she hates me.
Okay. Okay. May we approach your arm? I'm going to pass you 2 pages. And ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
The full exhibit 236. Which is the court's order.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay. For the first page of this, can you, I'm trying to get a little bit bigger, can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th of 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello, question mark. The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Okay. And is that conversation, let me make it smaller. Okay. And then for the record, there's a photograph there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business, though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you're able to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Kristen Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237, subject to question argument.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
I'll try to make this one a little bit bigger. Christian Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, pass you a document. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay, and is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th of 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
Full exhibit 238, subject to court trial order.
And permission to publish. Okay. If you can, just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, "Text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her." And then follows on with, "Hey, I'm gonna leave here soon. Ethan and I talked, and he's going to stay home." And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
Okay. Okay, same question.
Yes, I recognize this.
Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay, and what is the date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 239.
Full exhibit 239, subject to court trial order.
And permission to publish. If you could read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, "Hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for Mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck? if I get a ride there. And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing. I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then she tried to call, and Hunter missed a call. And then the final one is, I've tried to call.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to pass you 7 pages. Take a moment to look through that. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. Yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
He collected exhibit 240, subject to the court's trial.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
We're just going to go through it page by page.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me.
Okay, and Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment.
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Then what does, I'll scroll down in a second, what does the defendant say in response to that?
Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone, and I hope you can understand that.
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit, and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all. Please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, maybe this one's smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page, what is she saying?
So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And then Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
I think this is the last page. I might have to make this one a little bit bigger. And then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay, and then what does she say? Let me go up a little bit, where it starts, Hunter, please.
Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City. with the cops. Hunter, if she dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up, question mark.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer. I just been informed your lunch is here. We'll start back at, probably 1:15.
Everyone stand, please. May be seated. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you may continue with your direct.
Thanks, Your Honor. May I please have exhibit number 79? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to pass you two documents. One has previously been marked as Exhibit 79. But for the one that's not marked, I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceeds, it was taken on or about January 20th of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
Subject
to your prior ruling, yes, sir.
Be exhibit 241, subject to court further.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, is this the photograph you were referencing
Yes.
a few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in this photograph?
It appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay, and then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay, and was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo. But they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay. I'm going to pass all three up to you, but go through one at a time.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house
Okay.
with the text, "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
Okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay. Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Exhibit 242, subject to court further.
And again, that came from the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
Okay. On Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption, "Picking out furniture for our new house," heart emoji.
Okay. And were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes, so this was posted, this appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay. So for both the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave?
They appeared to be posted,
Okay.
according to the proceeds.
And posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243. 243.
And permission to publish. This one. Okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted on February 17th of 2020
Yes,
on the defendant's Instagram.
yes.
Okay. And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture, it appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point, new 2020 high country.
Okay. And are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay. And did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. We ask that be exhibit number 244.
The full exhibit 244, pursuant to court procedure.
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes,
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes, so in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Grab just a minute, Judge.
You may.
No questions.
All right. Is he free to go, or does he need to be subject to recall?
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will get in touch with him and let him know.
Agent Durant, you're finished right now with your testimony. That you are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here at the courthouse, but make sure they can get a hold of you. So,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Nick.
State would call Marla Gray.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Marla Gray.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would, kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you've performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
All right. And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree, she's an expert.
All right. Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes, so when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence, before you perform any testing, is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. That be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet, so these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would, kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn. Bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool, so I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed, so her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the
Yes.
neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to
Yes,
develop a
hair
profile
clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we'd move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. You see it 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item's going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
Okay. And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did in fact collect swabs from the trash can. Is that
Yes.
correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection?
No, sir.
It's 246.
All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition, and they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted, and it matched.
Okay. So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items. The first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report March 11th?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes. The pants.
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah,
the
that was the
one.
pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the the pants that had been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, but the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 300 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of co-mingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't have been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
All right. And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome, and in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
Okay. But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that correct?
It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Okay. Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
in this report? Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings?
Yes.
On that day? Judge will move to make that exhibit number 247.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 347.
The next results that you reported, those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. The items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in your report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I
item?
did. Yes,
Okay.
I did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray exhibit number 197? It should be a bag, small bag. Agent Gray, will you take a look at that and see if you recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
Okay. You recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes.
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay. And, thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217. Again, should be a bag.
It says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back for a second. I'm gonna come back to that. If we could hand her exhibit 218. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right. So you were not able to form any kind of profile at all, is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone, is that?
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200? You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
Okay. And if we could next hand her exhibit 211. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
Okay. And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but nothing was, it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a Misty water bottle. The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
And next, we could hand you Exhibits 213. I'm sorry. Let me pick up what were you just handed 213?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, it is my Exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could hand her 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS, looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result, so that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Pop Stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
All right. So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
We could hand her exhibit number 224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID, and down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested, and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
If we could hand her at 2:15 next. This be a bottle. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed, and the DNA profile matched exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive, and the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
Sure. So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves, is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves, is
No.
that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time I would move to make the gloves as exhibit 248.
Any objection?
I guess she probably needs to, I don't think, did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
yeah. This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
Okay. And those were the gloves that you tested?
Yes.
Testified to? Okay. Judge, I think we, 248.
You've already done it.
All right, I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection?
No, sir.
To full exhibit 241.
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because, like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that, let me ask you this way, why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water, and what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
All right. Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is an accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 250.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together, but I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there. Yep. You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the latent print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regard to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
This is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting you've just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251.
Full exhibit 61.
Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, there's also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor, the other was a banana blueberry flavor, and then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
Okay. And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
All right. Could I see exhibit 164? 214. I'm sorry, wrong number. 214. I want to see it first, please. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Agent Graham, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Here's a barcode.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish-brown stain, so I initially tested for the presence of blood. And presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. Using the expression world pop stats, what does that mean?
So right now the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one that generated.
Okay. So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibits 252.
Full exhibit 252.
Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's violent crime response team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the VCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for VCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the violent crime response team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right, and specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Blumpville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Okay. Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. VCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Judge. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Could I see Exhibit 249, please? No, it's the report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at Exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes. The inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI, so it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body. They have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
Okay. So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove, outside of glove 2's mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe. The palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay. Let's talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on, is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Okay. Could you tell if that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did tested positive for what was indicated a luminescence, so it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were those two mixed in the same spot, or?
Yes, it was the center area that I took a cutting from, so it would have been the same area.
Bear with me 1 second. And finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes.
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
It was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 18A, that's what I'm looking for. And that item, it was tested, and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
Okay. And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not. But once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
If I could have just 1 minute, Judge. Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare it to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have drawn it. If I had submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
That's all.
Is she approved then?
She is.
Yes, sir.
Judge Gray, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena and Mr. Starting next.
Statement called David Hoover.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
David Hoover.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Seek it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, David Hoover.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
All right. And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the latent print division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI, and then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would, tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court-qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System, and they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation 254 nanometer light, it will the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
All right. And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification, is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert.
All right. He'd be declared to be an expert in the field of latent print or fingerprint identification.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along and then it suddenly stops and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that, those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is?
There can be fingerprints, there can be palm impressions, your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would, talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Okay. Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody. Because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence. It will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case. And then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to. Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number, it has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
Okay. So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were
actually
It was a full-
attached.
it was a
Yes, it
full
was a
trash
full
can.
trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them, they were not broken or anything like that, is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker, is that, is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
That was on there?
yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay, and you removed that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you. On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including super glue, dust, the Rubis system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself, no, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some women, some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't, would you say it was not the size of a normal man's hand?
Objection to lead. Sustained.
Well,
Sorry.
okay. Oh. You've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the
I
contributor?
did compare it to
correct?
Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint, and again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But, well, on the date that your initial examination was done and the report
My
was
initial-
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
That was inconclusive to her because, in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge will move to make that exhibit 253.
Full exhibit 253.
Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good rolled prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints,
Okay.
at least in that tip area. Sorry.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Okay. And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards? In the
I did.
report? I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
All right. Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 254.
Objection. No, sir. 254. Full exhibit.
And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, it did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Miss Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce, and it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it, so that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print, or to try to lift that area of her finger, and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you, again, prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256. Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
Okay. And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of that foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil? I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
Full exhibit 257.
Now, Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory, and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's Exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print I identified. You ready?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
So you had one print that there was no identification, you can't make any idea
It wasn't
of.
useful for it, no.
Okay, and the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell, is that
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my report from May the 6th, 2022.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work, and those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you Exhibit 198. Plastic. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you would, tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And what about the latent impression?
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings
I did.
on that date? I'm going to hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes,
of your report?
it appears to be.
Judge, would move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
No objection. Full exhibit 259.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on in this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion, and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
Okay. And that was from the black
Plastic
bag.
trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Thank you.
Did you already have that one? Did I?
Looks to me like, look at 258. I wrote down it was May 6, 2022.
If I could. I mean, that may be. Is that the same one? That may be the same one, Judge. which, does he have the one I just handed him?
I do.
That's, that's the same one. Okay. It's the same one. Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified? Any other prints that you were able to develop?
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
That you believe is from a child, is that right?
It,
That's what he said. So, again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can, is that correct?
on the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal-sized adult.
All right. Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions. Mr. Scott.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15-minute break.
Everyone stand, please.
During the break, please do not. these, and we'll talk about it probably in the morning. Just so you know, there are two resources that I use when in addition to the Burns test. There's a lesser included offense list on the AOC website.
I had went by Judge Tipton's outline from, and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been overturned at least.
I'll look at those.
And as it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test. They are lessers by statute. And I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers. We need to approach, Judge, if we could.
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I don't know which we're using it for exactly.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, yes, Judge. Sorry.
State's ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
We agree.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print
Okay.
that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report, exhibit number 253, that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men,
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house, is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which, like, those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home.
No, that's common.
Okay. As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if the when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
Okay, what do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Give me just a second. Let me ask you about latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, M-A-T-R-I-N-A. Last name is Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school in Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
Should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there, Muddy Creek Road, that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who are those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
Okay. And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Give me just a second. Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay, and how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. Can I please see? Exhibits number 20 through 38, please. In the past, what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Keep these here just in case. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand
Okay,
the
let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can,
Okay.
yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can, yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any soft tissue, potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you a document. I'm going to give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. Oh, okay. Thank you. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay, and is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection. Full exhibit 260.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
And were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in the trash can, upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34. Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Approximately how many of those were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined to result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being ability? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you... Hold on 1 second. Let me ask it a different way. Anything about the autopsy as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
I approach the court reporter, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Schmidt. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on
Okay.
children.
And Ms. Massengill finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Okay. Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, give me a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So, you mentioned in your report that there is a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything of natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So, there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
I would think a defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No.
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
It's a possibility.
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5, and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause of death.
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death.
How?
She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that could come on instantly with your heart?
Yes.
So how do you rule out that didn't happen?
There were no changes to that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
How did you rule out sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say that, doctor. If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
Okay. You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
Okay. But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that. That say there's higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
That can be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
Yes.
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
Sure.
Withdraw item 67, please. Okay, may I show this to the witness? Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Page 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Is it towards the back? I'm sorry.
It's 37 of 38, if you look at the page numbers on top of it.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It's, hold on. Playback. Okay.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Acute pharyngitis is an infection?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a virus, is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter, because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeal spasm, can it?
Yes.
Child also suffered from ankyglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So, with all that said, this child is in a state of the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report that rules them out. I'm not talking about that the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustain.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No.
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
Yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Correct?
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and that age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes.
Okay, was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
Yes.
Okay, so you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
Yes.
Are you saying inside of the shed?
Yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So,
But yes, I'm sorry. They were. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question was more specific than that, doctor. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes.
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
So, when you describe this death as homicidal violence, you describe that as based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes.
Okay, but not your medical findings.
Yes, my medical findings in
There were-
addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No.
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking. Doctor, let's make sure we're on the same page. I'm asking about medical causes that you would find in the autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No.
So medical causes that, and medical diagnosis that you have, there is no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
No.
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can you?
That's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
No.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed. You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can,
Yes, that's correct.
and I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you all's contamination.
No.
So, Doctor, based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, I'm trying to. Any broken bones?
No.
Any signs of prior broken bones?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Schmidt, thank you and good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is she released from this team?
Like I state, yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Schmidt, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your subpoena and your plea.
Thank you.
Next.
Statement called, Dr. Milosnik.
Why don't you say her whole name for the record?
Dr. Durant Milosnik Polchon. I'll let her say and spell it for you.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnik. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the Chief Medical Officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of Clinical Assistant Professor actual Associate Professor of Pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would, give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
All right. And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually National Association of Medical Examiners, is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee, and then of course we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in kind of intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right. Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so, what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners, and so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system. We are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge.
Right, should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Milosnik, at the request of the District Attorney's Office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report, if that's
sure.
Acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then National NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's Office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
All right. And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death, and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths, and if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end the asphyxial death is what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene, and that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right, and let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please? Dr. Milosnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would, kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer?
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the child in trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being a blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, slight kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one, and number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There is a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So these always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here. The garbage can, the trash can, there was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed. And now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of that garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 31.
This exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. the upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there is a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil, because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case? You mentioned the flies and the larvae.
Yeah, there were some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
So the exhibits 32
yes.
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction, and then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened. And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Dr. Milosnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore, so she would already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy even for an adult to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Milosnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment deaths, and none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Norris. How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or any or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy, therefore it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of a laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
No, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can, so that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that that child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in a trash can? Sure. But the trash can definitely did not help.
Okay. You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe. With a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question. The answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no, and you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down to the lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But ma'am, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect.
One second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
They should be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from this opinion.
Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to give you these admonitions again, even though you've heard them. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of any of the
Your Honor, I have an exhibit that contains photographs of a Ford F-150 registered to the defendant in Fabio Cementili. Could it be marked?
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns.